The exposure, I'm going to drop exposure a bit. Good morning, ladies and gents. Good morning, ladies and gents. Welcome to this CHOC 6-hour AMRAP. We're going to be starting soon. Incredible to have so many athletes with us here this morning at WICO Fitness as we get stuck in, raise money for a good cause. The athletes are just finishing their warm-up, heading out to start the 2-kilometer run. We're going to bring you footage of that shortly. Unfortunately, we won't have a camera on the run this morning, so the first little bit of our stream will be fairly uneventful. But as soon as the athletes are back here at WICO, we'll get all the action for you. Follow these athletes. Really looking forward to being involved in this incredible initiative. I believe Jason Toll has hit the 10,000 Rand mark already this morning, which is really, really exciting. And for those of you following in the stream, we want to try push that number as high as possible. We'll bring up some QR codes during the event to make sure that you can follow that and donate as we go through the various different elements of this workout. On your screen now you can see what we've got in the recommended donations. Jason's asked that as each athlete finishes their section that you're supporting, is a recommended amount to donate. So we're starting with the 2K run. We're then going on to 50 sandbag cleans, an 800 meter farmers carry, an 800 meter front rack sandbag carry, and then we'll pick up the rest of them from here. All the athletes are heading outside. We are going to cut across to that footage shortly, and stick with us for all the action. It's great privilege for us as It's Happening Africa to be collaborating with Jason Viking Friedman and all the athletes here this morning as we look to get this started. And we can see the athletes just prepping for the run. Final brief from the Viking himself. I'm going to be getting going in just a few minutes. Quick photo op. Got 12 athletes competing here this morning, a couple of them in teams, a couple of individuals. We'll see all the athletes are in weight vests. It's a 10-kilo weight vest. So not only are they going to be going for 6 hours, but they're going to be doing it with weights on. And we're just about ready to go. So we're going to get going in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off, and off we go. Out for a 2K run around ItsHappening Park. And there they go. Nice chilly start this morning here in ItsHappening Park. As they go, here's the QR code that you can use to scan and donate. If you do that, then you click the donate button on your screen. You'll then need to scroll down where you can then put in the details and make that donation. As I said, we're at the 10,000 Rand mark. We'd love to push that to as close to 20 grand as possible this morning. All your donations are much appreciated. Just to talk us through the workout a little bit this morning, we've got a 2K run, all the athletes out on their 2K run at the moment. Then onto the 50 sandbag cleans, followed by the 800 meter farmers carry, 800 meter front rack sandbag carry, 800 meter fireman carry. Then we're going to get onto a 3,000 meter ski, a 3,000 meter row, 30 calories on the assault bike, 100 toaster rings, 100 pull-ups, 100 wall balls with 20 pounds, 100 wall balls with 14 pounds, and 100 wall balls with 10 pounds. So this is an AMRAP. If the athletes complete the workout in the allotted time, in the 6 hours, they will then start again and head back out on the 2K run. So last year, Jason managed to get through a round and a half of this workout in the 6 hours that he was given. Were really impressive, especially seeing as he was doing it as an individual. The Viking showing us what it's all about there last year. And we're hoping that he'll have some company this year in getting as close to 2 rounds completed as possible. You'll also see on the graphic here the recommended donation as the athletes you're supporting as they complete aspects of the workout, what we recommend the donation is. We'll keep that QR code coming up as the workout goes through and the athletes work through each different movement. We'll just give you a quick look. You're looking at the rings here at WICO. Here's our sandbags and the wall balls for the athletes to use. Another view of that, and then we've got obviously the rowers, the ski ergs and the assault bikes. They'll be up to the left hand side of the screen. Yeah, so it's going to be quiet and fairly static for the next 10 minutes while the athletes are out on their run, and we'll be bringing all that action to you as soon as they're back at WICO and moving on to the next movement. Massive shout out to Papa Pronto. They have sponsored meals for the athletes this morning, thanks to their support for this great cause, raising funds for childhood cancer. So a little bit about CHOC. CHOC, the Childhood Cancer Foundation in South Africa. Anyone in the chats will run this competition through the course of the morning, but if you know what CHOC stands for, drop us a comment in the chat there while we wait for the athletes. The CHOC is a non-profit organization that advocates for the health and well-being of children and teenagers diagnosed with cancer or life-threatening blood disorders and their families. The passionate and dedicated staff and volunteers of CHOC aim to save lives through early detection and comprehensive support programs for the families affected by the various cancers and blood diseases that we've seen. Some of the services that CHOC offers is psychological, emotional, and practical support. So CHOC is a national office in Johannesburg, as well as 6 regional offices throughout South Africa, and are designed and set up to support the 9 provinces throughout the country. They're demographically positioned to ensure that they reach every child and family battling cancer in South Africa. So we have our first athlete coming in. It looks like Jason is back from the run. That was quick. He's in 11 minutes, so averaging just over around 5 minutes a K there. That's great running from Jay, and he's going to get started now with his sandbag cleans. You can see him on screen. The Viking himself leading the pack early. No sign of any of the other athletes just yet. Jay just heading up into the athletes area, taking off the sleeves, getting some water. It's heading back down to the area now. There's the man himself with his Biogen fuel. Massive shout out to Biogen. Hashtag be your best. And we have a saying here with Jay, mind strong, body strong, as we see the rest of our athletes coming through back from their run, heading back into WICO. Got some real class on show this morning. It's going to be incredible to see these athletes work through these various movements, getting as close to completing the workout in 6 hours, and hopefully even maybe pushing for 2 rounds. So we see a no rep there, not quite getting the sandbag onto the shoulder. 70 kilos that they're cleaning here. Athletes getting down nice and low into the squat, lifting it up, and a little jump there as the sandbag goes onto the shoulder. That's some of our ladies coming home, as well as here comes Josh Kerno, fresh off a wonderful performance at the Renegade Games, coming second. So that ranks him as the second fittest in Africa, narrowly losing out to Ruan Porkhita. So just a reminder, if you are looking to donate, you can scan the QR code on your screen now, as we're 15 minutes into this workout, and that'll take you to the CHOC website. Hit the donate now button and scroll down. and the athletes working through their cleans. Got to get that sandbag right up onto the shoulder. Obviously we're not in competition here, this is really just a fundraising event, but watch the likes of Jason and Josh working through these sandbag cleans, getting nice and low, using the hips as they work the sandbags onto the shoulders, as the majority of our athletes head back into the action. We get a wave there for those of you watching at home. Thanks so much for joining us. We can hope you're going to enjoy the coverage, and feel free to jump into the chats here, send us any messages, any shout outs for any of the guys competing this morning, or maybe competing's not the right word, but working through this fundraiser, the 6-hour CHOC AMRAP. It's great to be with you here at WICO Fitness in Yixkay Park. As we see all our athletes working through the sandbag cleans, I'm going to see if I can get Jason over to have a little bit of a chat here.
Catch me as I'm out of breath. Hey guys, so busy breaking it down to threes at the moment. I thought maybe I could go fives, but nah, stick to the threes. Most of these guys are doing teams. I actually don't know who's doing solo. I think it might just be me. Yeah, and so Dan, Chris, myself, all doing solo, and the rest are all doing teams. Remember, every time we complete something, you can donate. We'll pop up the QR code on the screen, scan it, donate. We on the sandbags now. I think it was 400. I can't remember how much it is, but yeah, donate.
400 for the sandbags. Jay, just before you run off here, Tell me, you started this cause. It's your fourth time running this fundraiser. Tell us a little bit more about why you wanted to get involved with CHOC.
So if I always used to keep it to myself, to be honest, but this year, like I actually spoke to someone about it and stuff, and basically they just said you should let people know why you're actually doing it. So I lost my cousin quite a number of years ago, 6 years old. That's how we do 6 hours. So lost him to leukemia, and then I decided, you know what, I'm going to do something for CHOC, which is obviously the Children's Childhood Cancer Foundation.
Awesome, thanks Jay, good luck, smash it out there. So great to get that insight from Jason Viking Friedman on why we're here this morning, losing his cousin to leukemia at the age of 6, hence the 6 hours. We're going to put the QR code up on your screen and you can jump on there and donate. Josh, our producer, will come across to the workout and the recommended donations shortly. So what we've done is we've set an amount for each set of movements that the athletes complete. So 200 for the run, which has been done. We're now on the 50 sandbag cleans, also looking at 200 for that. It's wonderful. We've hit the 10K mark already this morning. Thank you to people who have donated already and through the entrance fees of the athletes. Everyone paying $350 to be here this morning. That's going to cover the costs of putting this event together, as well as 250 Rand of all of those entries going towards childhood cancer. We've got 12 athletes participating this morning. We'll see if we can get a couple of them on the mic as the morning goes ahead. But they are all working through their sandbag cleans at the moment. I'm sure you're going to be in and out this morning if you're watching. Obviously 6 hours is a long time. Mind you, I did spend most of last week Sunday in front of Supersport watching the comrades Gerda Steyn, Piet Veersma and the 20,000 conquering that run up from Durban to Maritzburg, and quite a few CHOC athletes actually partaking. You would have seen the cows on the road on Sunday as they compete in the Durban Fun Run. It's a wonderful event there, and it's great to see everyone getting stuck in for a good cause here this morning. And it looks like we might have our ladies team heading out to their carries. We're going to get cut across to them shortly. They're just about to get going on their carries. So we got farmers carries here now for the girls. So you'll see the course here. They'll start outside down at the bottom of WICO, walk up the driveway, get to the top, turn around and come back. So an 800 meter farmer's carry, as if I'm not mistaken. Let me just confirm that. Yeah, 800 meter farmer's carry. So to the driveway and back is 100 meters, as far as I am aware. I'll just double check that with Jay. So it's going to be 4 of those, and my maths lets me down there. 8 of those, 8 carries to the driveway and back. Something the athletes will need to just take into account here, that driveway is on a slight slope, so that uphill stretch is going to be a little bit more challenging. As we have a number of our male athletes now heading out to the farmer's carry. There goes the Viking himself. A few more cleans left here. You see Dom heading out towards the run. Just a couple of athletes left inside. We've got Chris here on the left-hand side of your screen. And we've got our athletes going on the farmer's carry outside. See in the white t-shirt coming down the drive, that's Josh Kerno, second fittest man in Africa. Looking to pick up the pace there a little bit. He's going to hand over to his teammate. Josh, obviously, for those of you who don't know, used to be part of the 360 Vita family out at Cedar. That gym closed down at the end of last year, split into 3 new gyms. Rising Oaks, run by Darren, out at Broad Acres, and then Laura taking the 360 Vita name out to Design Quarter, and then Josh starting his own gym out in in Pine Slopes. Commit to the grit. Shout out to the CTG family. I'm lucky enough to train there with Josh. Great to have a role model such as him running the show there. Second fittest man in Africa. Shout out to Josh Kerno as we watch our athletes on their farmers carries here. Big thanks to Biogen, hashtag be your best. They put in a sponsorship for the athletes, each athlete getting a Biogen hamper for joining us this morning. I must say the girls are flying through this workout, working on a team of 3 there. They're, I suppose, in the early lead, if you want to call it a lead, but setting the early pace as we work through our 6-hour AMRAP. First half hour almost done. So we are going to run a little competition this morning. It's Happening Africa will be donating a 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. So we're going to need you in the chats at home. I see we've got a few viewers online at the moment. We'll keep running it as we go. Natasha Champion, love to see your comment there. Also loving the CTG family. Couldn't agree more. Humble human and amazing coach. So back to the competition. We're going to be running a 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher up for grabs. We're looking for the answer to a question. It's going to be about CHOC. So if you are interested in participating, you can do a little bit of research on the CHOC organization, CHOC supporting childhood cancer. We'll put that question out in the next half hour or so. 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher up for grabs. Oh, the athletes inside are at the 40 mark for their sandbag cleans. 70 kilos they're picking up here. We're nearing the end of this particular movement. Can't underestimate the impact the weight vests have here. So not only are we picking up 70 kilos, but we've got an extra 10 kilos on each of the athletes as they're working through these sandbag cleans. Sandbag's really awkward to pick up, difficult to grip and get under. Technique really important here. Getting down into a nice strong squat position underneath, really using those legs to help pick up, and then pushing with the hips as we lift them onto the shoulders. I see some great execution there in the back right of our screens. As these athletes now head out towards the sandbag carries. Starting to get real vibey here at CTG. Music kicking in. Going to help the athletes find a zone, find a rhythm, distract them from 6 hours of pain. Massive shout out to everyone participating this morning. So a quick fun fact about CHOC. CHOC is the largest NGO in the Southern Hemisphere. That is a really interesting little fact. The great work that the people at CHOC do. Wonderful to be here this morning supporting them. We've got Josh Kerno heading in here. We're going to see if we can get him on the mic. Josh, great to have you here this morning. What motivated you to get involved with CHOC here on this chilly Saturday morning?
Well, I knew Jason did this event last year, and it looked really brutal, and it's also for a really, really cool cause. So I suppose on top of that, I wanted to try and see, okay, cool, can I last for 6 hours doing an event like this? And then on top of it, because we're doing it towards a good cause, I thought, okay, well, this is all the better reason to enter. So, yeah.
And how's the body feeling after Renegade Games?
Okay now. I didn't do anything for a week, so I think that helped. But training in the beginning of the week, this past week, my body was super sore, which is weird because I thought it'd be okay. But I think just the week off, it was really stiff, so I took it a bit easy, and yeah, now I suppose this is going to shock the body if anything. Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Natasha Chapman out in the chat shouting out CTG. So I know you guys are doing Murph for Mutts tomorrow. Just want to put in a quick plug for them.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like, I suppose because everyone's asking if I'm going to do Murph tomorrow, and I said definitely not. Like, in the 6 hours, the time I could fit Murph is probably like 4. So I definitely won't be doing Murph. But yeah, hopefully it gives the guys a little bit of motivation to want to be able to do it, like, by doing this. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh. Enjoy the rest of the workout. 5.5 hours to go. So a lot of our athletes heading on to the sandbag carries now. As you can see on your screen, the first few with their 45 kilo carries heading up the drive. Having completed 3 sets, the run, the sandbag cleans, the farmer's carries, now onto the front rack sandbag carries, also 800 meters there. Each athlete reaching hopefully the 800 mark, 800 Rand mark on the donations, money raised, as we head on to our 800 meter front rack sandbag carries. The groups in their teams, obviously, they're starting to reap the rewards of being able to share the workload there. Our individual athletes still on their farmers' carries. We've still got Chris inside finishing his sandbag cleans. Got a couple more reps left there. He's just going to grab some biogen. Make sure he's fueling up. It's a long way to go. 5 hours, 22 minutes left on the clocks. And Chris is heading outside now to start his farmer's carry. We're going to be dropping a number of fun facts about CHOC in throughout this broadcast this morning. Building up to that little giveaway that we're running as It's Happening Africa for those of you watching at home to get involved in the chats. As we said, CHOC, the largest NGO in the Southern Hemisphere, doing great work there in the fight against cancer. So Professor McDougall was the person who sowed the seed that gave Saidi the idea of forming a parent support group in Johannesburg. That started in 1979, and Sadie was able to encourage a inspired group of volunteers and parents, and they united and formed CHOC in 1979. It's going nearly 50 years. That's Sister Sadie Cutland and her husband, who started CHOC after their daughter Hilary was diagnosed with aplastic anemia at the age of 7. The CHOC service is broken down into 3 core areas. First, advocacy. Second, awareness. And then the third one, which is the majority of the work that they do, the comprehensive child and family support that they provide to families and victims of childhood cancer and blood diseases. We've got the Viking on the side. He's just covering the forearms in chalk now, as he is going to take on his 45 kilo sandbag for the front rack sandbag carry. So another fun fact here about CHOC. So they set out, obviously, an organization of that size, lots of running costs, but they've got a very strict policy around how they manage the organization. So they maintain administrative costs at 20% of total expenditure. Thus 80% of all funds acquired are utilized for their various programs. And that's quite a significant achievement. If we look at the averages around the NGO sector, it's usually about between 60 and 70% of funds raised that goes to core functions. So to have that up at 80% just speaks to the wonderful work that the people at CHOC do, and how they're able to make sure they give as much as possible back to their communities, to their the people that they support, the families and the victims of childhood cancer. Another great initiative run by CHOC are the CHOC cows. You can join up to be a CHOC cow, and this is a group of people on a mission to make a difference to children with cancer and their families. The CHOC cows are participate in a number of events, whether they're running races, cycling events, triathlons. You'll see them out and about in their cow suits. So for our athletes to join that crew here this morning really is a fabulous opportunity for us to be giving back. As we start getting a little ravey here at WICO Fitness. So ladies and gents, we're going to be running our competition at 8:30. 8:30. If you want to put that in the diary, set a little alarm, a little reminder. 8:30 for that R1,000 Take-A-Lot voucher that you can get your hands on. I'm dropping some facts about CHOC in to the commentary as we've been going. At 8:30 we'll run that comp. I'll have a little CHOC question for you to answer. First one to come through with the right answer will win that R1,000 Take-A-Lot voucher. So we look at our workout. We have our first group onto the fireman carry. I saw Josh Kerno taking that out. 800 meters of fireman carry again. Bag going onto the shoulder for the athletes to carry that up the driveway. The driveway, 50 meters, so it's 100 meters there and back. Means each athlete or team has to complete 8 sets of that there and back from the entrance here at the bottom all the way to the driveway. 50 meters there, 50 meters back. Here comes Josh on his fireman carry. I'll get a weight for you on those sandbags shortly. I think they are 40 kilos. As the transfer happens there, that's good work from those two. Another shout out to Biogen, hashtag be your best. A couple of the Biogen athletes competing this morning. They donated hampers for all of the athletes competing. Obviously, over a 6-hour workout, nutrition is going to be really important. So we've got a range of waters and supplements, some extra carb replacements from the Biogen guys. Great to have them involved and getting stuck in here on this wonderful cause, raising money for childhood cancer. And there's Chris there, also just getting some footage here, some shots of the athletes participating. Chris from Biogen. And a shout out to Papa Pronto, who've also got stuck in and are sponsoring lunches for all our athletes this morning. Wonderful to have Papa Pronto involved with us. They're just around the corner here at the corner of Witkoppen and Church. Shout out to Emiliano and the crew. Great food, great times. As we build up to get closer to 8:30, remember at 8:30 we're going to be running that competition for a 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. You'll need to answer a question about CHOC. And the first one in with that answer in the chats will be walking away with that 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. Shout out to Regan in the chats. I couldn't agree more. Great initiative. We're looking forward to seeing you come down, supporting Josh and the rest of the crew. Nearly through the first hour here, and it's actually really impressive to see how quickly these teams and athletes are moving through the workout. Our leading teams are on their fireman carries, the fifth item of the workout, and we'll be heading across to the cardio machines shortly. 3,000 meter ski, 3,000 meter row, and the 30 curls on the assault bike. The next section with 200 Rand each. If you're wanting to get involved and put through a donation, you can scan the QR code on your screen. And that'll take you to the CHOC page. Hit donate now. You'll need to scroll down there to enter your payment details and put that donation through. As I said, we've surpassed the 10,000 Rand mark already this morning, aiming to get as close to that 20k point as possible. So anything that you can spare, or whatever amount, big or small, is going to go a long way. As we said, the CHOC mantra: 20% of all donations go to the running costs, the OPEX of running an organization. Remember that CHOC is the biggest NGO in the Southern Hemisphere. And 80% of all donations goes to supporting children and their families suffering from cancer and blood diseases. As we see our first team moving on to the ski erg, Josh showing why he is the second fittest man in Africa, flying through this workout as we head to the end of our first hour. We do have some of the WICO members training here with us this morning, helping add to the vibe. If you are sitting at home and tempted to come through, you're more than welcome to come support the athletes as they work through this CHOC 6-hour AMRAP. So 3,000 meters on the ski erg, that's quite a challenge. It's interesting to watch the technique here as we see Josh working through. Pushing his ass out behind him, really allowing him to get through on those skis, push back as he subs out here. our next team coming through, they're going to jump onto the ski erg shortly as well. So we'll have a mixture of teams on machines this morning. We'll swap out the rowers and the ski ergs as we don't have 12 machines available. They'll just rotate, so we won't necessarily go in the workout order. We might find some teams move on to the assault bikes as well. We'll start there. So we've got the 3 different machines on this cardio section of the AMRAP. 3,000 meter ski erg, 3,000 meter row, and 30 calories on the assault bike. The skis on both sides of the pillar there. We've got 6 machines available. See the ladies team on the far side and 2 of the male teams on the near side. Must be honest, one of my least favorite machines, the ski erg. I'm very happy not to be on this myself. I read an interesting report the other day. One of the most demanding sports in the world, the cross-country ski at the Winter Olympics. Guys completing up to 45 Ks of cross-country skiing. Fitness required for that, right up there with our Grand Tour cyclists and our Formula One drivers, some of the fittest athletes in the world. 3,000 meters on the ski ergs, absolutely no joke. As we shout out Biogen, hashtag be your best. It's great for us here at It's Happening Africa to be involved in this wonderful initiative as we raise money for CHOC. Thank you to those of you who have donated so far. Keeping an eye on that total, which is slowly building up. Target this morning is to raise 20,000 Rand for the people at CHOC. Support them with the wonderful work that they do in supporting and fighting childhood cancer and blood disease. As we move past into the next hour of the workout, we got just under 5 hours to go here at WICO Fitness in UXK Park. We're going to get another one of our athletes on the mic here. You taking part this morning, what motivated you to get involved with Jay's event?
I think fitness first of all, but secondly it's for the children and we want to do something special for this morning and give back, and I think this is a perfect day and perfect opportunity to give back.
Awesome. And so far, how's the body feeling an hour in?
Yeah, it's a little stiff, but we're going to get there. Hope the stiffness goes away and then we can start doing more cardio now.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck. And we're just going to cut back outside. We've got the firemen carries here. A couple of our individual athletes still going here. The teams, obviously, they're at a bit of an advantage because there's time to rest, take nothing away from the work that they're doing. And here is the man himself, Jason Viking Friedman, on his sandbag carry. And you can see the athlete area just in the back left of your screen there with all the Biogen products. Nutrition, obviously, a massive part of being able to do a 6-hour AMRAP. As we see Dom there just fueling up. He's going to get back onto his row shortly. Looks like a little bit of spray going on to the back there. The ski erg can put a bit of pressure on the lower back. Part of why it's one of my least favorite machines. Now, those of you watching at home, it's a pleasure to have you with us here. Absolutely, those green handles do look a little bit like Shrek's ears. Natasha, great to have you in the chat here. Supporting these athletes in their wonderful fundraising cause here for the children. On this chilly Father's Day morning, Youth Day as well here in South Africa. We get Monday off. Wonderful to have a little long weekend. As if we haven't had enough of him this year so far. Well, obviously with voting day a couple of weeks ago, the extra public holiday. Looks like we're just about done outside as Jason's heading in towards the cardio equipment. Yep, I can confirm all athletes are done with their carries. And we're heading inside to get stuck in here on the cardio machines. Couple of energy bars going in here. Carbohydrate drinks. There's Jay fueling up with Dom smashing out on the ski erg there, really pushing through, getting full extensions, using a bit of a butterfly technique on the ski erg. leading pair. They're through the 3,000 meter ski erg and they're now on their 3,000 meter row. As they say, slow is smooth and smooth is fast, and you can see that with Josh here. Just controlled movements, making sure he's working through each of those pulls using his legs to propel himself forward, and then finishing the pull with the arms all the way to the chest. And we see Dom moving onto the row there on your left hand side as well. And the team's doing really well. And our ladies team onto the row as well, keeping up with the men here, or the girls, putting in a phenomenal effort. They're working as a team of 3, getting stuck into the 6-hour AMRAP. Smile, Jay, you're on camera. Getting some great close-up footage there of Jay. Watch out on Instagram. Follow the Biogen accounts. See some of this footage, which will be posted after this event. A reminder, at 8:30 we're going to be running our little CHOC trivia question. 1,000 Rand take-a-lot voucher up for grabs for the person who comes in with the right answer. It's proudly sponsored by ItsHappening.Africa. If you haven't already, set that alarm for 8:30 and tune in for that question. Kernflakes, great to have you in the chat there, shouting for Josh. Got a wonderful following, does Josh Kerno, the second fittest man in Africa, leader of the CTG gym, Commit to the Grit in Pine Slope. Wonderful to be part of that community. So we've got through the run, we've got through the carries, we're working through the cardio, and then we're going to move on to some gymnastics elements, toes to rings, as well as some pull-ups, 100 toes to rings, 100 pull-ups, and then we move back down to the floor for 300 wall balls, starting with 100 at the 20-pound ball, 100 with the 14-pound ball, and 100 with the 10-pound ball. The team's working nicely through this. They're almost halfway through the movements that they've got to complete. A lot of the cardio elements will go quicker than the gymnastic elements. As we pull up the QR code on your screens, if you're wanting to donate here, please do scan the QR code on your screen. That'll take you to the CHOC website. Hit the donate now button, the red little button there on your screen. Once you've done that, you will need to scroll down the page, choose your payment option. The goal this morning is to raise at least 20,000 Rand. We're more than halfway there, so we're doing wonderfully. And massive thank you to everybody on the broadcast who has donated, and to all these athletes. They paid $350 to be part of the event this morning, 250 Rand of that going to CHOC. So not only are they putting their bodies on the line here for CHOC, but they're also got skin in the game, committing to donating that money. Only fair to match their support, put some donations in ourselves. I'm going to head up shortly and see how our teams are doing on the rows there, give you a little bit of input on where we're doing. We've got 3 of the teams working on the rows. So Josh on the row there, they've gotten through about 2,200 meters. The ladies are sitting on about 1,500 meters on their row. And then our team on the far left of your screen there, they have got through 1,700 meters on the row, so 1,300 to go. It is the team on the right-hand side, led by Josh Kerno, the second fittest man in Africa. They are leading the way, showing us how it's done on this chilly Father's Day, Youth Day morning here in South Africa at WICO Fitness in Yixkay Park. On your screens now, Jason Viking Freeman, the guy who started this fabulous initiative. So in its 4th year, if I'm not mistaken now, the last 3 years Jay's done it by himself, although We did have Alden and Justin doing the first couple of hours with him last year. It's the first time he's opened it up to other athletes who are keen to be involved. And I think a great decision to get as many of the community as possible involved, as we see 152 getting stuck in here as well. That's Dom and his team. They're just about done with their row. Now I've got four groups on the rower. Josh heading over to the assault bike. And our first team's heading over to their 30 calories on the assault bike. As we tick down to the quarter 25% mark, an hour and a half in, 4.5 to go, just about there. Athletes having a fat chat here, managing the effort, making sure that they can keep talking. We always say on our runs, especially the longer runs, we call it the talk test. If you can chat away while you're running, then you're at the right level. But if you're pushing too hard and you can't talk, that's going to impact on your ability to maintain stamina throughout the workout. So great to see these top athletes showing us how it's done there, just managing their effort. Still a long way to go here this morning. No need to get that heart rate up too high. As the ladies start coming to the end of their row, they're just about done there, and they'll be moving on to, there we go, as I said, they'll be moving on to the assault bike now. In fact, I lie, they've still got a little bit of work to do on their row. Two teams working through the 30 calories on the assault bike. As we see Jason move on to his rower now. Got through the 3,000 meter ski erg, Now 3,000 meters on the row. And 8:30 on the dot, ladies and gents. So time for that question. Shout out to Marina in the in the chats. It is me behind the mic. Usually Jay's on the mic. Obviously, with him doing the workout, I've had to fill that role. Yeah. And I'm sure you, as you are, it's every reason to be super proud of the Viking himself. So, ladies and gents, a 1,000 rand Take-A-Lot voucher up for grabs for the first person to put this in the answer in the chats. So before I get there, Kernflakes, we will be putting a QR code up where you can scan and donate. So there you go. There's that QR code. You can scan and donate using that. Otherwise, you can just head over to the CHOC website, as you said. We have put some recommendations. I'm going to pull up the workout shortly. So as each athlete completes a movement or each team completes a movement, you can use those as a guide to what you should be donating. So as they complete a movement, we've determined that's the value that movement is worth. But really, any and all donations are so appreciated. The goal this morning is to raise 20,000 Rand for the good people at CHOC. And on to our trivia questions. So, first person who answers this gets the answer in the chat. That's worth 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. So the question is, what does the acronym CHOC stand for? What does the acronym CHOC stand for? CHOC. First person in the chats to get that answer in, walk away with a 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher, proudly sponsored by ItsHappening.Africa. CHOC, CHOC. What does CHOC stand for? First person in the chats with the answer to that walks away with a 1,000 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. So Gemma, Children's Home of Cancer, that's not correct. Kernflakes, Childhood Cancer Foundation South Africa, not correct. Gemma with a second guess, Childhood Cancer Foundation, not correct either. That prize is still up for grabs. We're looking for what the acronym CHOC stands for. Kernflakes coming in with Children's Hospital charity donations. Not correct. It is a little bit of a tough one, not the obvious answer, but that's why it's worth $1,000. Oh, Gemma, I love that. Chocolate. No, CHOC does not stand for chocolate, or at least not in this case. although I'm about to climb into one myself, get my nutrition going this morning. I've got to keep those energy levels high as we bring you this broadcast of the CHOC 6-hour AMRAP from WICO Fitness. So just walking into the commentary booth here with us this morning, we've got Regan Shidrawi. She was in the chat earlier. Great to have you here in person, Reeks. You didn't want to put yourself through the 6-hour AMRAP this morning?
No, I'm doing Murph tomorrow, so I thought I would just rest today, make sure I'm fully recovered.
That's Murph for Mats out at CTG.
Yes, yeah. So Murph for Mats is something that Josh's cousin who owns CrossFit Kempton has always done, and I think CrossFit Durabo also does it. So we decided to join in on the initiative this year, and we're doing it with the Sushi and Panda Foundation. Yeah, so if you don't know them, follow them on Instagram. But yeah.
Oh, awesome. It's so good to see the community getting stuck in on all these wonderful causes. So the CTG community, it's really active. You're expecting quite a lot of guys to come through to CTG tomorrow?
Yes, yeah, we hope so. We have quite a few people booked, I think around like 30, so we'll see tomorrow. And then what we've done is we've said, if you want to, like obviously it's completely voluntary, but we're going to donate blankets for the Sushi and Panda Foundation because they're doing a blanket drive next week. So yeah, we're donating blankets for the township animals.
Oh, that's awesome. And if I'm not mistaken, the blankets are available at Builders Warehouse or Macro. Can you give us a little bit of information? So even if you're not doing Murph tomorrow, you can still come through to CTG in Pine Slotes and support the cause and drop off a blanket?
Yes, definitely. That would be great and we'd really appreciate it. It's at 7 a.m. So I think it's 7 till about 8 a.m., 8:15. So yeah.
Awesome. That's a wonderful initiative. Thank you, Reeks. Go shout a little bit more for your man there in the white t-shirt. Not wearing a crop top this morning. I guess it's a little bit cold. All right. Natasha Chapman coming in with Children Health Organization for Cancer. No, it's not that. Kernflex, I agree, should have done both, absolutely. And we have a winner, Gemma Horn, Children's Hematology Oncology Clinics. That is the winner. Gemma will be in touch afterwards to get you your 1,000 Rand Take a Lot voucher. Well done to you. That's fabulous. We're so chuffed that we're able to bring that to you. Tania Safi will get that message on to Jason. Thanks for your support in the chats here. So just a reminder of where we are in the workout. So we've gone through the 2K run, the 50 sandbag cleans, the 800 meter farmer's carry, 800 meter front rack sandbag carry, the 800 meter fireman carry. The athletes are almost all through their 3,000 meter ski. A couple of our individuals still working on that. Chris still going there. And then a couple of athletes on the 3,000 meter row. We've got a lot of guys now on their 30 cals on the assault bike. As we count down towards that 4 hours to go mark. Tania, the blankets that we're talking about, they are for dogs. So it's the Sushi and Panda Foundation that CrossFit CTG, CrossFit Kempton and CrossFit Dorado are supporting. They're doing Murph for Mutts tomorrow at their various boxes. So yes, those are for animals. If you're keen to get involved, CrossFit CTG, based in Pine Slopes in the Molly Malone Centre, just behind Molly's. You're more than welcome to pop through, support the guys taking on Murph for Mutts tomorrow and drop off a blanket or two. Tania just had a chat with Jason. He says thanks for the shout out, and mind strong, body strong, all day, every day. That's the mantra Jason goes by. But it's great to have you all in the chat, joining us, watching here as we take on this CHOC 6-hour AMRAP. As we cut back to a couple of our individual athletes, Chris in the background there still working through his 3,000 meter ski erg. One of the guys here working through his 3,000 meter row. Just taking it nice and easy. 6 hours is a long time. No need to overexert yourself. Just take it one step at a time. Make sure you keep moving forward as we work through this incredible challenge. As we get a nice close-up shot here on the Viking. It looks like our first team is heading towards their toes to ring. the call. Slow and steady going out to the teams. Great camaraderie here by all the athletes supporting each other through this workout. Just hear the whirl of the assault bikes going. And got our first athlete onto toes to rings. In fact, we've got 2 teams on toes to rings. We'll get a shot of that second team shortly. "14 reps there from Josh. It looks like he's going to push to 20. In fact, Eli's done 15. 15 at a time. So we move on to the gymnastics section here of this 6-hour CHOC AMRAP. Got to get through 100 toes to rings. Dom working through his toes to rings. Looks like he's also doing 15 at a time there. I think they're going to get through this section quite quickly, these 2 teams. Really smashing through their toes to rings very efficiently. I think Josh's team, if I've been counting correctly, they're on 50, so they're halfway through the toes to rings. And we cut back to the teams on the assault bikes here, still working through. So toes to rings done like a no thing, and now we're on to the pull-ups. Josh going through the butterfly pull-ups there on screen. Dom's going to jump up and join him now. As athletes have an incredible turnover, really work through those pull-ups very efficiently, using the hips to get up and working through the whole body involved in those pull-ups. Remember, they are wearing 10 kilo weighted vests, so there is additional challenge here on the pull-ups. Just to remind you where we are in the workout. So we've gone through a 2K run, a 50 sandbag cleans, 800 meters, farmers carry, front rack sandbag carry, and fireman carry. They've done 3,000 meter on the ski erg and the rower. They've done 30 calories on the assault bike. They've done 100 toes to rings, and they're now on their 100 pull-ups. If you do want to donate, you can scan the QR screen on or the QR code on your screen. Getting a little bit ahead of myself there. Scan the QR code, that'll take you to the CHOC page. Hit the red button that says donate now. Scroll down and enter your payment details. The goal this morning is to raise 20 grand, so any and all donations would be greatly appreciated. We're going to cut back to the man who started it all. He's doing this individually. Jason Viking Freeman on the assault bike. He's working through his 30 calories at the moment. We've got 3 individuals and then we've got 5 teams working through this morning. Incredible to have the 3 individuals taking on each and every part, every single rep of this 6-hour AMRAP. Obviously the teams have a huge advantage because there's opportunity to rest in between the workout there. Nowhere to hide for these individuals. Got one ladies team as well. Wonderful to have the 3 of them involved this morning. $152 guys really making light work of these pull-ups here, flying through them. We'll move to some kipping pull-ups as the bodies start to tire. Dom working through his pull-ups there. Really using those legs to help him get up and work through those butterfly pull-ups. Yeah, nice controlled motion from both the athletes on the screen here. Look at them in sync. You know, some of the members of the CTG community will be disappointed to see Josh in a t-shirt and not his crop top. Ashley Nortier, lovely to have you in the chat shouting for Dane. Was taking on the challenge this morning. Wonderful to have Dane as part of our collection here. As our ladies start heading down towards their toes to ring, they're going to get stuck in shortly. And here they go. First of the 3 girls onto the toes to rings. Two guys, teams on the pull-ups, they won't have too many reps left there. Then they will start making their way back to the wall ball section. As we move back to Jason working through his 30 calories on the assault bike. And here we go, onto the wall balls. 300 wall balls to get through. The first 100 with the 20-pound ball, the second 100 with the 14-pound ball, and the third 100 with the 10-pound ball. Ladies and gents, once they finished all the movements, that's not the end of it. Then we start it all over again. Well, it looks like these two teams going to get close to 3 rounds of this workout as we count down to the 4 hours to go mark, 2 hours in, maybe 2.5 rounds. That's where we look like we're going to end up. As we cut to the girls working through their toes to rings here. Another one of our individual athletes, Chris, on your screen now. He's working through his 3,000 meter row. He's taking it nice and easy here. 2 hours to go. 2 hours in, 4 hours to go. Still a long way. He's comfortably going to finish the first round. As we have a look at the two teams on the wall balls. These teams working very effectively as they move through all of their movements. 2 hours in, 4 hours to go, 1/3 of the way through. Athletes doing phenomenally well. And we have gone through that 4 hour to go mark. 2 hours done. As we see some kipping pull-ups here from the girls. Working through nicely, 5 reps at a time, rotating through the team. And these teams are going to be on this wall ball for a while. They're working through their 300 wall balls. I'm going to go just check where we are on that that set for you shortly. So the teams have got through 50 reps each on the 20-pound ball, 50 to go, or closer to 40 now. And then they move on to 14 pounds, 100 of those, and then 10 pounds, 100 of those. And the ladies on their kipping pull-ups. Looks like we're going to get 5 reps on that. And we've got another team moving down to the toes to rings. Having finished their 30 cals on the assault bike, we're now moving to the toes to rings here. There's a bit of debate about how many reps they're going to go at a time here. First athlete asking for number 2 or 2 reps, but it looks like they're going to do 10 at a time. And back to the girls on their pull-ups. Quick 5, and then they'll rotate, managing their effort really effectively now. We'll have a look at the wall ball section. Still just the 2 teams on the wall balls. Just about done with their 20-pound balls. And we'll cut back to our individuals, the 3 of them, working through their 30 cals on the assault bike. All 3 individuals now on the assault bike. We're going to cut to a quick ad break here. A massive shout out to Papa Pronto. You can find them on the corner of Witkoppen and Church here in EXK Park. Oh, athletes working through their toes to rings. Doing nicely there as we're going to cut across to the ladies on their pull-ups. They'll be just about done with their 100 pull-ups. Working in reps of 5. We've got one team just taking a little rest, heading outside. I think the 152 guys, in fact, they're done their first round. They're heading out for their 2K jog. So our first team flying through their wall balls. They're going out for 2K jog as they start round 2. Mind strong, body strong. All day, every day. And you get the call from the Viking himself as he starts his next set of 10 toes to bars. Remember, they've got to complete 100 reps. Jay nice and controlled on the rings there. Lots of movement though from the athlete next to him. Looking to work through his reps, but that's all he can manage. As we head towards the wall balls. And our second team finished their wall balls. They're going back out for their next 2K run. Yeah, so we're looking at about 2 hours to complete a round for the teams here. It's going to be tight to see whether they can get through 3 rounds. Interesting, you see Jay changing the way he faces for each set. I think that's more of a psychological thing than makes any physical difference. And working through those toe strings quite nicely. As we cut back to the other 2 individual athletes still working through their 30 calories on the assault bike. As we cut across to Dana and Chris here, working through their 30 calories on the assault bike. Trying to chase Jay, who has now finished his toes to rings, I think. He's going to stop for some nutrition before heading over to the pull-up. We've got two teams out on the run. They should be just about done with their 2K run. Been out for about the last 12 minutes. We're expecting them to come home any time now. The girls still working through their wall balls. And onto the pull-up bar. As we see Jason working through the butterfly pull-ups there. Looks like 5 reps at a time as well. That seems to be the approach so far. And Dane just chipping away here at his 30 calories. I think he's done now. I'm going to be heading down to the rings shortly. Chris taking a break from his calories to get on the camera, get some footage here of the ladies team working through their wall balls. Reminder, 300 wall balls, first 100 with the 20-pound ball, the second 100 with the 14-pound ball, and the final 100 with a 10-pound ball. Well, it's going to be a long morning here on this pull-up bar. There's some struggles there as we see that kipping motion not there. He's not able to get up and complete the pull-up. No judgment from the commentary booth because that's what my pull-ups look like. I think I can manage about 3 at a time now, despite doing a pull-up workshop with Josh at CTG a couple of weeks back. As we see much better technique there from Jason closer to the bar. And now we've got the athlete going for the J-hook pull-ups, looking to go strict instead of the kipping or butterfly pull-ups. 50 of those is going to be quite tough. And we've got a little bit of a lull in the action here at WICO. As everyone is just a little bit tired. They've been going for 2 hours and 20 minutes. And we've got 2 teams out on the run. In a big endurance workout like this, managing your effort is essential. Nothing wrong with taking a little bit of rest, letting the body recover. Give yourself a chance to get through all of the movements. Lots of movement there on that pull-up, really making it difficult for himself. We're going to cut back to the assault bikes. Dane and Chris back at it, working through their 30 calories. And we'll shout out again to Bigen, hashtag be your best. Massive thank you to them for their support this morning. It looks like our first team is back from the run. So they're going to get onto their sandbag cleans as they start their second round. The 152 guys are showing us how this is done. Seventy kilos on the sandbag for these cleans. Remember, this is now round 2, so we expect the athletes to just slow down a little bit, take their time, body starting to tire, all the effort starting to catch up with them. And our second team is heading back in from their run. Taking a bit of a leisurely stroll down the driveway. Saw lots of walking there, Josh. Always important to just catch up on the WhatsApps, the social media, get those posts out, get on the Instagram as we see Dom just taking some time on the phone there while he rests and recover, leaving his teammate to work through the sandbag cleans. And now he's going to step in and get through a few reps himself. Be awkward if he dropped that sandbag on the phone. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Two reps and back on. Got to make sure that social media is up to date. And now they've got a bit of a rhythm going, able to rotate one at a time. Dom just asking there if the weight's been changed on the bag, feeling a little bit heavier second time round. Looks like the ladies are just about done with their wall balls. They're going to be heading out for their second run shortly. So we can see Dane and Chris just chipping away there. 30 cals on the assault bike. They keep pushing through there. And by 30 calories, I actually mean 300 calories. Sorry, I've got that completely wrong. 300 calories on the assault bike, not 30 calories. I was wondering why it was taking so long. 300 calories on the assault bike, and they're just chipping away at that. Two teams here working through their cleans. You can see the ladies here walking through the floor there, heading back out for their second 2K run. If you are wanting to donate, there's the QR code. Target this morning is to raise 20,000 Rand for the good people at CHOC. You can scan that QR code, hit the red donate now button, scroll down, enter your payment details and make a contribution. Anything big or small will be much appreciated here as these athletes put their bodies on the line for a wonderful cause this morning. As we cut back to some more pull-ups. And he's got one in. We're down to one rep at a time here. Real challenge on the pull-up bar. So making sure he gets that rep all the way up onto the shoulder. A little bit of a lull here as we Chris and Dane chipping away. Chip, chip, chip at those 300 calories on the assault bike. It's a massive effort required from them. Time for some more pull-ups here. Let's see Sean get through a rep. Thank you, Sandra, for your comments there. Just those pull-ups. Oh my gosh. Going for the J hook. Using the legs, get some momentum, and he's up. That looks much better. As we see, I think a set of 5 here coming through. That's good work. Slowly chipping away there at their 100 pull-ups. Got Jason moving on to his wall balls in the maroon top. We got Josh working through his sandbag cleans there on the left-hand side of the screen. As the gents finally threw their pull-ups, they're on to the wall balls. They're seeing much better execution here on the wall balls compared to the pull-ups. Smashing out a set. I imagine he's going to go 10, maybe even 15 here on this set. Working through nice and quickly. Good rotation there. Dan and Chris still working through their 300 calories on the assault bike. I'm going to go get a quick reading on how much more they've got left to do. Chris is through 200 calories. He's got onto the camera there. Make sure he's got some footage there for Biogen. Dane sitting on 260 calories. He's got 40 left there on the assault bike. So Jay getting through his wall balls. On the squat, watch how he pushes the knees out. He keeps those legs nice and strong. He's going in reps of 10. So we see Josh pushing out a couple of reps here on the sandbag cleans. And the 152 boys heading outside for their carries. We're going to get a camera set up out there shortly. And they'll start with the farmers carries, 800 meter farmers carries, then 800 meter front rack sandbag carries, then 800 meters of fireman carries. Dom flying through his farmer's carries there. Going up to the gate just at the top left of your screen. He's going to turn around and come back down. Just putting them down, taking a quick rest, and back he comes. We've got one of our pairs working through their sandbag cleans. Jason and the individual on the wall balls, as well as one of the pairs in the background there also working on their wall balls. It's 300 wall balls in total. 100 with the 20-pound ball, 100 with the 14-pound ball, and 100 with the 10-pound ball. As we cut back to Chris there, got the CHOC badge on his weight vest. He's got about 80 calories left on that assault bike. As we see Josh working through a couple more reps of the sandbag cleans. That's 70 kgs in the sandbag. They got to do 50 reps. Dane done with his assault bike. He's heading on to the toes to rings, just sorting out his grips. All ready to rock and roll now is Dane. Saw Ashley Nortier in the chats a little bit earlier, shouting out Dane as he takes on this enormous challenge. He's working as an individual. We've got 3 individuals working through today: Jason, Dane and Chris. Incredible that they're taking on this 6-hour AMRAP just by themselves. Our ladies coming in from their run, they're going to move inside and head over to their sandbag cleans. As we see the 2 leading teams working through their farmers' carries. Just catching up with the Viking himself, he's got 10 left on the 14s and then 100 on the 10-pound ball, and he would have finished his first round. So looking much stronger than he was last year, in fact. I think having the two teams out in front of him means he's chasing a little bit, giving himself a target to work for.
Alright, so I had to tell myself to calm down a little bit. I'm a bit competitive. I was trying to chase the teams. So legs are slightly feeling it at the moment. Just bringing myself towards myself just to get through it. So legs are feeling a bit weary. So just breaking the wall balls up in 10s. And then hopefully on the run, get my legs back. But yeah, I'll make it. I always do. Mind strong, body strong, baby. Let's go.
There you have it, the Viking himself giving us some input into how he's feeling, how it's going. Yeah, chasing the teams. Be a little bit careful there that he doesn't blow the engine too early. We're nearly halfway through here, but he's getting through this nicely, looking strong, working hard. It's great to see the ladies here really getting stuck in. The three of them working so nicely through this 6-hour AMRAP. They're on their second round of sandbag cleans, working through 50 of them. Dane Nortier just giving us an update. He's worked through 1,100 calories so far this morning. It's a great effort. Still got 3 hours to go. Should comfortably get through at least 2,000, maybe even 2,500 calories by the end of the morning session. we see Chris here has finished his assault bike. He's going to be heading onto the toaster ring now, just getting in some nutrition, sorting out the grips. It's been a massive effort from the young man taking on this challenge individually. Massive props. Chris working through his toes to rings there. Just losing a little bit of control on that last rep there, so he's stepped down. Dom just taking a rest there on his front rack sandbag carry. As Josh goes past him heading up the driveway. As we're counting down to the halfway mark here. "20 seconds to halfway." Dane flying through some butterfly pull-ups in the background there. Looking nice and strong. The girls have finished their sandbag cleans as we head to 3 hours to go. Halfway mark. Much excitement from the ladies here as they come past the commentary booth. Jason working through his 100 wall balls on the 10-pound ball. If I'm not mistaken, 10 pounds, about 5 kilos, just under 5 kilos. In fact, it might be 4 kilos if I'm not mistaken. I'll jump on the Google shortly and just figure that out. Those of you watching at home, thanks so much for joining us here on ItsHappening.Africa. It's great to be bringing you this action. Wonderful fundraiser here in support of the good people at CHOC. Children's Hematology and Oncology Clinics. Our goal this morning is to raise 20,000 Rand for the good people at CHOC. We're well on the way to doing that. Thank you so much to those of you who have donated so far. If you feel inspired by the incredible work these athletes are doing this morning, putting in massive effort here as they work through the 6-hour AMRAP. So we've got all the teams finished the first round. Our 3 individuals still chipping away. We got Dane and Chris on the pull-ups, Jason on his 100 reps of the 10-pound wall balls. He's worked through the 20-pound and the 14-pound already. Dom working through his front rack sandbag carry. The ladies on the farmers carries. We see Josh Kerno in the background also on his front rack sandbag carry. And Chris working through some pull-ups here. The 3 individuals talking about a strategy here. Jason talking about how he's breaking down his wall balls into reps of 15. Jay describing the 10-pound ball as nice. I'm not sure there's too many people who will be saying that about a 300 wall ball set. Jay smashing through this set of 15 reps. Mind strong, body strong all day, sir. Gives us the little nod of approval there. As we cut to Dane, who's about to take on a few more reps on his pull-ups. 100 pull-ups to get through this movement. Kipping well, using those hips to pull himself up. Sets of 5. He'll be just about done with those pull-ups, getting towards the end of that set. Dane challenging Jason to a 3-hour set tomorrow, given it is a public holiday. Yeah. All day, every day, they say. So you see Chris going through a set of 5 pull-ups on that rep. And Chris moving to kipping pull-ups, as is Dane there. I think Dane done with his pull-ups. He's going to move on to the wall balls now. We see Dom on his fireman carries. And Chris working through his kipping pull-ups. And one of our teams back from their 2K run now. They're going to be moving through onto their sandbag cleans. Goals cruising through these farmers carries, and the 152 and CGG boys smashing out their fireman carries. And Jason moving on to his 2K run, having finished his first round, well on track to do better than last year. Might even be able to push for 2 rounds, will Jay. Our teams will, or pairs will definitely get on to their 3rd round. They're nearly finished their carry section. 70 kilos in the sandbag there as they go for the clean. Gets that all the way up onto his shoulder. And Chris moving through another set of 5 pull-ups there. Some excitement here after the last clean there from G. The body's starting to fatigue here. And Sean pulls it up and he gets it all the way up. And another one from Sean. You see Dane moving on to his wall balls in the background there. G and Sean splitting us into sets 2, 2, 1 and then rotate. Bit of banter between the teams there. A couple of dodgy reps that are being caught on camera. As the 152 boys are done with their carries, they're heading inside. Sean working through. Asking for one more here from Sean. Is he going to get it? Is he going to? Oh, I'm not sure about that. Did he get it all the way up? I think he's might be claiming that rep. G takes over now. and he just about gets it up as well. As we're going to cut across to the ski ergs. And the 152 boys smashing this out. We've got Dom on the erg at the moment, getting those full extensions, using his back, using his quads. Doing really well as we see Josh going through his biochain. Hashtag be your best hamper at the back there, sorting out a carbohydrate drink. 2 hours 44 left on the clock. He's going to just refuel, make sure he's got enough in the tank to keep going. So we've got two teams outside on the, just the one team now outside on the carry. We've got two teams on the 3,000 meter ski erg. Got one team working through their sandbag cleans. Jason's out on his run. Dane's working through his wall balls. Chris working through his pull-ups. There's action all over the show here at WICO Fitness in Yexkay Park as we work through the 6-hour CHOC AMRAP, raising funds for the good people, supporting childhood hematology and oncology clinics, there to support the families and the victims suffering from cancer and blood disease. Love the work they're doing out there. We can't thank you enough for tuning in and being part of this here at WICO Fitness. And Chris is done with his pull-ups. He's now onto the wall balls, working through on the 20-pound ball. He's got 100 of those to do. Dane also on his 20-pound ball still. He'll be working through towards the end of his 100 reps and then moving on to the 14-pound ball for another 100 reps of those. So we see Sean on the sandbag clean. It's a better rep, getting it all the way up. Do you want to talk us through this this rep here from Sean?
Sean, my partner, he's learning how to thrust now. Watch this. He's got to get it up first into a thruster. Shawnee, I want a thruster. There we go. Now with the thing in front of you, let's go. And yes, you did it.
And a clean rep there from Sean. A little bit of coaching from the commentary booth. Great to see the spirit here, these athletes taking on the 6-hour AMRAP. And now G is going to show Sean how it's done. Gets it up right onto the shoulder all day.
Too easy, too easy. And we got Josh smashing a pasta salad on the left-hand side of your screen there. Making sure he's got that nutrition coming through. As we got the two athletes on the 3,000 meter ski erg. And Sean smashing out another rep there on the clean while Chris works through his wall balls. Looks like he's working in sets of 15 here.
We just lost audio there for a second, but we got the audio back. Oh, raising money for the good people at CHOC, supporting childhood cancer and blood disease. If you would like to make a donation, we'll put the QR code up on the screen now. You can scan that. That'll take you to the CHOC website. Hit that red Donate Now button. You'll then need to scroll down through the page to the payment options. As we see, Chris is done with his wall balls. He's heading out for his 2K run now. Everybody done with round number 1. There goes Chris heading out. There's a nasty little hill on this course, so after 300 wall balls, 300 squats in that movement, that's going to test Chris a little bit. So we've got the 152 team onto the assault bike. They've finished their row. We'll cut across to them shortly. The girls, the ladies team, they've moved on to their ski erg, having finished their set of carries, the 800 meters farmers, 800 meters front rack sandbag carry, and the 800 meter fireman carry. And Jason working through his sandbag cleans. He'll be moving on to his carries next. And Dane and Chris out on the run. .300 calories on the assault bike for this team to work through now. They've got a nice lead at the moment. Both athletes looking really strong and good, Nick. Just looking to rest those arms a little bit. It looks like our next team moving on to their assault bikes, as we see Josh getting going here, and the 152 gents swapping out. Dom's going to take over. Jay working really hard on these sandbag cleans. Few grunts and groans coming with the effort. Massive shout out to all of you watching at home. Great to have you with us as we support this amazing cause. The CHOC 6-hour AMRAP. And a shout out to Papa Pronto, who've sponsored meals for all the athletes. They'll be doing lunch for them once this is finished at around 1 o'clock. So we've got two teams on the carries at the moment. Well, one team and then Jason competing as an individual. Having just finished their sandbags. Or sandbag clean, should I say. And we've got two teams here on the assault bikes. Our ladies team working through the ski ergs. As we see Dane coming back from his run, he's going to be heading inside for sandbag clean shortly. Looks like Dane's actually going to go up and get some nutrition in before heading down to the clean. So we'll cut back to the assault bikes. Just in the background there you can see the ladies working through their ski erg behind the pillar. We'll get a camera out there. As we see the guys working through their carries, farmers carries, 800 meters of the farmers carries. Then they move on to the sandbags. And after the sandbags, onto the fireman's carry. Yeah, the ladies here moving on to the row, having finished their 3,000 meter ski erg. Really chipping away at this 6-hour AMRAP really nicely. This team getting through it effectively, chasing the boys. They're really not far behind them. Very, very impressive to see the work with which the girls are moving through this workout. And we've got Dane. I was hoping he was going to do another rep for us there as we cut the camera to him, working through his 50 sandbag cleans with the 70 kg sandbag on round number 2. And he's chipping away nicely here as well. One stage neck and neck with Chris, but he's opened up a nice gap there over the other individual athlete behind Jason. And so we're just going to stick with the ladies for a little bit here, now that they're back in camera, having been doing the ski erg behind the pillar here at CTG and just obstructed from our view. And it looks like we've got Chris coming back in from the run. And Jason working on his, I think this will be his last set of farmers carries. The team of Sean and G ahead of him, they're onto their front rack sandbag carries. Dan just letting the body rest and recover there before he moves on to his next rep of sandbag cleans. And the ladies turning over, rotating through as they work through that 3,000 meter row. Take a battery in case it's Our team's here nearly getting to the end of their 300 cals on the assault bike. The 152 boys have 10 calories left and they're going to be moving on to their toes to rings. Then the other team, Josh and his partner, they've got about 100 calories left to go on the assault bike. So there's a nice little lead that's been opened up here by our boys from 152. As we got Josh Kerner on screen, I've got about 80 calories left on this 300 cal assault bike. The girls chipping away at their 3,000 meter row. A few of our teams here on their carries. Front rack sandbag carry up the driveway, all on video. As we see these toes to rings, great extension there, wonderful mobility here. Really getting up nice and easy, core engaged, working through those toes to rings very comfortably. So we look at Dane Nortier working through his sandbag clean, 70 kilos in the sandbag. Getting through 5 reps there, nice and easy. Back to the ladies on the rower. Doing really well, working through their 3,000 meters on the row. Our boys have taken a bit of a rest here, taken some time to get some nutrition in before heading back to the toes to ring. And we'll have our next set of 10 reps coming up now. Great control on that set of reps. As we got the crew pulling in here, looks like some spectators doing a carry of themselves, bringing water through as we come back to the front rack carry. This team walking with each other, supporting all the way. As here comes Jay down the hill, also on his sandbag carry. And back to the rowers here. Girls chipping away, chipping away. Mind strong, body strong. Athletes putting in phenomenal efforts here, phenomenal performances, all in support of a good cause. And in case you've forgotten, the workout that we're working through, a 2K run, 50 sandbag cleans, 800 meter carries, farmers carry, front rack sandbag carry, fireman carry. Then onto the cardio machines, the 3,000 meter ski erg, 3,000 meter row. It's a 300 calorie assault bike. Then some gymnastics, toes to rings and pull-ups, 100 in each. Then onto the wall balls, 300 in total, 100 with the 20 pounds, 100 with 14 pounds, and 100 with 10 pounds. As this team's just about done with their toes to rings, they'll move over to the pull-up bar shortly. We'll cut across Thursday and Nortia. Another set of 5 reps done on the cleans. As we see the fireman carry here, it looks like Sean taking us away on that. A little bit of traffic, who's going which way. And you're just holding on to their slight lead that they've got over Jason. As we cut back to Dom on his toes to rings. Again, great mobility. You see the toes right up to the top of the rings there. Good core strength. Extension of the legs. Working through it comfortably. And the rings are nice and controlled. He's not swinging all over the place. He's keeping his body nice and still. Really great work there from Dom on the rings. And our second team is done with their assault bike. They're also on the rings. We'll get some coverage of them for you shortly. There's the CG and there's fireman carry there. Looking great. I'm going to set up a better angle on the assault bike shortly. So the boys here are rotating between kipping pull-ups and butterfly pull-ups. These two sets of reps definitely butterflies. Looking to go 5 at a time. As we see Dane moving on to his farmer's carry there. Jason in the front rack sand carry. And the boys on their firemen's carries. Second team done with their toes to rings. And the guys are also done with their carries. They're heading inside to the ski ergs. Okay, so we've got two teams on pull-ups. We've got one on the 3,000 meter ski erg, one team on the 300 calorie assault bike. We've still got a few of our individuals out on the carry. I haven't seen Chris come back from the run yet. Could be wrong. I haven't seen him come on to his sandbag cleans. There's Chris doing his front rack sandbag carries with Jason on the fireman carry but in front of him. So the three individuals on the carries, the ladies on the 300 cal assault bike, one team on the 3,000 meter ski erg, and two teams on their 100 pull-ups. Josh flying through his butterfly pull-ups there, doing sets of 10. Here comes Dane on his farmer's carry. Just chipping away there, doing really nicely. Followed closely behind by Jay on his fireman carries. And G working through the ski erg. Another 10 clean butterfly pull-ups there from Josh Kerno. Him and Tyron looking to close the gap there to the other 152 boys. Got a bit of work to do as we see Dom coming down with some nutrition. I think they've finished their pull-ups. They'll be heading on to the wall balls very shortly. So the second set of 300 wall balls here, 100 with the 20-pound ball, 100 with the 14-pound ball, and 100 with the 10-pound ball, just to see how those quads are feeling. And the reward you get for that is another 2K run. Chris and Jay here on their carries. Chris in the front rack sandbag and Jay on the fireman carry. Jay will be just about done with that and heading towards his ski erg shortly. Looks like Josh and Tyron have finished their pull-ups. They'll be heading towards the wall ball. And the girls just chipping away here at the 300 calories on the assault bike. Shout out to all of you watching at home. Gone through the 100 views mark. Really appreciate all your support so far this morning. Wanting to shout out anyone in the chats, pop us a message, we'll get that through to the athletes as they're starting to dig deep. Just over 90 minutes left in this workout, almost 75% of the way there. Really been a phenomenal effort so far. All across the board, the athletes really pulling their socks up, digging deep, committing to supporting the great cause that is CHOC. The guys on the wall balls operating in sync there. I guess it's nice to be keeping pace, building a rhythm with the guys you're working with. I don't want to say racing against because this is a fundraising event. And just about neck and neck here. So we've got Tyron pushing out the wall balls at the moment. Looks like Dom's moving onto the 10-pound ball now. Throwing that 10 pounds around like it ain't no thing. And we see the Vikings finished his carries. He's now onto the 3,000 meter ski erg. Just chasing that team in front of him. Shout out to Biogen, hashtag be your best. Providing nutrition for the athletes partaking today. In a 6-hour event, nutrition so important. "75% of the way through, ladies and gents. 1 hour 30 left on the clock. We're really heading now towards that pain cave. That wall is looming large in front of all of these athletes. They're going to be digging deep. And there's a great cause they're supporting, so pushing past, pushing through the pain barrier, past the wall, shouldn't be too difficult. We've got some phenomenal athletes, including Josh Kerno, second fittest man in Africa at the moment. Jason Viking Friedman, obviously a phenomenal OCR athlete. Spartan Races, having competed at World Champs himself, representing South Africa on that global level. 152 guys also setting the pace here. They're the team leading. And we've got a team moving onto the rower. Viking on his 3,000 meter ski erg. The ladies chipping away at their assault bike. They're 200 calories into 300 required. Doing very nicely there. Outside, the guys chipping away. They're both on their fireman carries. We're going to see Chris coming past us shortly. We'll cut across to him and get him on the screen as soon as we can. And the gents working through their wall balls as we see Chris coming across into shot now. Great teamwork there from our producer here, Josh Hughes. So Chris on the fireman carries, Dane working through his front rack sandbag carries. I do think Chris might have skipped the sandbag cleans. I didn't see him come inside to do the sandbag cleans, which is why he's overtaken Dane there. Obviously this is for charity, so there's no DQs or penalizations. I'm sure Chris will look at doing those sandbag carries at some stage. We'll get a quick rep count from the guys on the floor, how many wall balls they've got left. So our leading team's off on their run. Dom just mentioning he's not terribly excited about heading out after 300 wall balls take on the hill. Josh and Tyron have got 100 reps left. They're on the 10-pound ball now. As we see Dan coming back in the front rack, sandbag carry. The boys off on their run. Chris on his fireman carry. The ladies working in sets of 10 calories each here towards the 300 mark. They're sitting on about 60 to go. Just chipping away there nicely. I think that 300 cals on the assault bike is probably the most challenging of all the movements that we've got here. Really forces you to dig deep on that. Let's put that question out to all of you watching at home of the movements that we've got in the AMRAP. The 2K run, the sandbag cleans, the farmer's carry, the front track sandbag carry, the fireman carry, the ski erg, the row, the assault bike, the toaster rings, the pull-ups and the wall balls. What do you think is the most challenging of these movements? I suppose if you take all 300 wall balls in together in one, then maybe that's right up there. I think 300 calories on the assault bike, that's certainly asking quite a lot. And the other one is the 3,000 meter ski erg. That's going to require you to dig quite deep. Those would be my top contenders. I suppose if pull-ups are a weakness, then that could be quite a challenge as well, but As we've got Josh and Tyron heading out for their 2K run. And just as I posed that question to the chat, Tyron saying his worst movement so far has definitely been the sandbag cleans, the 70 kilo sandbag cleans. The boys in no rush there to get out on their run, just walking it up. They'll start that jog, but I think it might be more of a walk run now that they're on round number 3. So you've got Chris and his fireman carry. Looking a little bit broken is the young man. As our ladies have finished on their assault bike, they're onto the toes to rings now. Looks like they're doing sets of 10 here as well. Maybe even 15. Goodness gracious, this is a great set of toes to rings. Really good work there. As Chris has finished with his carries, he's headed inside. You can see him in the background there. We'll be heading towards his 3,000 meter ski erg. Jason done with his 3,000 meter in the ski erg. He's onto the rower now. Looking a little bit gassed there is Jay. Get him onto your screen now. Deep breath there from Jason. Starting to feel the effects of this 6-hour AMRAP. Another big stint on the toes to rings here from this young lady. Definitely seems to be an area of strength for her. Putting out sets of 15. We've got Dane coming back, working through his fireman carries. Just chipping away there's Dane. Working nice and hard. Chris now, having refueled, got the nutrition in. He's onto his 3,000 meter ski erg. Four athletes out on the run, the two leading teams. Anticipate they'll be back shortly. And here comes our first team back from the run as anticipated. They're going to be heading back inside for their cleans very shortly. Dom leading the way. Just greeting the friends and family before they get going with their next set. As our girls finish their toes to ring, they're off to the pull-up bar for 100 pull-ups. Dane just finished with his carries. He's heading towards the 3,000 meter ski erg. Sean just giving us a shout out there, a quick hi mom. Says he's still alive and working through here. Doing phenomenally well. Here's him and his partner. The two eldest competitors here this afternoon. As we cut back to Jay and Chris, two of our individuals working through that. I see we've got some sandbag cleans happening here on the floor. And our leading team works through their third round here of this 6-hour AMRAP. Oh, just to remind you, it's a 2K run, 50 sandbag cleans, 800 meter carries, farmers, front track sandbag and firemen. Then onto the machines for 3,000 meters on the ski erg, 3,000 meters on the rower, 300 calories on the assault bike, 100 toes to rings, 100 pull-ups, and then 300 wall balls, 100 with the 20-pound ball, 100 with the 14-pound ball, and 100 with the 10-pound ball. We recommend that each athlete gets, well, let's do the maths quickly. 200 for the run, 200 for the sandbag cleans, 400 for the farmer's carry, 400 for the front rack sandbag carry, which puts at us 1,200. Then 100 for the fireman carry, 1,300. Another 200 each for the machines. That's at 2-1. 100 for the toes to rings. That's 2-2. 100 pull-ups gets you $400. 2-6. And 200, 100, 100 gets us to $3,000 in total for each individual or team that completes it. So that $20,000 that we're looking to raise, we should get there easily, seeing as we've got a couple of teams on their third round. It's really great work from these athletes, making a phenomenal contribution to such a great cause. Sean taking a rest here for a chat. Not really working through his assault bike. In fact, he's going to swap out with G. But we'll cut back to Jason on the ski erg here. So our second team back from their run, Josh and Tyron, back on the floor here. Take a quick breather, check in with the supporters. As we see Dom smashing a clean there like it ain't no thing in the background. We've got some great kipping pull-ups happening. This ladies team really very impressive, doing the Lord's work out there. As Jay finishes his row, he's come across for some water. As we start counting down to that last hour. So we got two teams out on the carries, on the farmers' carries, our two leading teams, doing phenomenally out there. Got the ladies on the wall balls, and two of our individual athletes on picture at the moment, Chris and Dane. They're working through their 3,000 meter row here. And then on the assault bike, and got one of our pairs, Sean and G and Jason. Sean and G got about 90 calories left on the assault bike. Jason's at about 125 calories, so 175 to go as we start heading down towards our last 45 minutes. Chris and Dane just chipping away here. You can see those bodies are starting to really feel the strain of being in action for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Sean on the assault bike here. Getting towards the end of this particular movement, then they'll be heading on to their toes to rings. Look at the biking and Sean on the assault bikes here. Jason looking a little bit shattered. Yeah, the teams outside are now working through their carries. Got Josh and Tyron on the front rack sandbag carries, and the 152 team onto their fireman carries. Girls chipping away at their wall balls. .300 wall balls ain't no joke. But they're not holding back, working through reps of 10. And we've got Chris and Dane on the rowers, as well as Jason, Sean and G working through the assault bike. 300 calories they've got to get through there before they move on to the gymnastic elements. I just chatted with Dom outside. They're not as far ahead of Tyron and Josh as I thought. They've actually just swapped the front rack sandbag and fireman carries around, so they're doing their fireman carries first before heading out on their front rack sandbags. And the girls have finished their wall balls. They're going to be heading out for their 2K run. How are those legs feeling? What legs, indeed. Yeah, after 300 wall balls, the body is certainly starting to feel like it doesn't exist anymore. They've got 2Ks, should have enough time to get in and get onto their sandbag cleans. So they've completed 2 rounds. Phenomenal effort by our ladies team. Really, really chuffed to see that. It looks like Chris has finished his 3,000 meter row. He's on to the bike. We'll just check in with Dane shortly and find out where he is. But Chris definitely moving on to the 300 calorie assault bike. So confirmation there, Chris moving on, he's finished his 3,000 meter row. It looks like Dane's just starting to run out of gas. He's stuck on his 3,000 meter row, managing one pool at a time, then having to have a rest. And we've got Jason working through his assault bike there. We'll get a calorie count for you shortly. So the gents are done with their assault bike. They're going to be moving on to toes to rings shortly. Just going to, absolutely. G saying he wants all the camera time, so we'll be sure as soon as he starts we get that on. They're just grabbing some nutrition to get them through the last 37 minutes here. Jason's got 92 calories to go on the assault bike, so he should finish up on that and get onto the toes to rings before we wrap up here. A little bit of chaos here by the toes to rings. Sean's cramping in his hand. Bad cramp for him. Luckily we're here with some of the Biogen athletes. Got some crampies and some cramp tabs for them to jump on. So Sean's off to grab some of those as G carries on with his toes to ring. Carrying the team on his shoulders here. Gets through 5 reps nice and easy. We'll take a bit of a break there as we head outside. So now we got Josh and Tyron on the fireman carries. As we see Dom there just dropping the sandbag carry. Got Ash in the commentary booth with us. Am I going to manage to get her on the mic? Doesn't look like it. Coming to support the Viking. So Sean going to have another go here. Let's see if that cramp has let go. There's bracing himself. Setting himself. And there we go. 1 rep. He's doing all right. Looking for the kip, and then he gets up and he manages 2. Some coaching coming in from the sidelines here for the two gents on the toes to rings at the moment. Let's see if this helps. Using the kip, getting the momentum there from kicking backwards, coming through, doing really nicely. And that's a great set there. Clearly coaching paying off. All right, Sean's going to step up. Let's see how he goes. But while we wait for him to jump on, got Tyron heading out with the fireman carry. And here we go. There you go. Swings his legs back, gets up, but loses momentum on the down. He's done 3, managed 3. Good work there from Sean on the rings. We're going to cut back to the assault bikes quickly. Have a look at Chris working hard, Jason in the background, and right in the back of your picture, Dane just turning it over slowly, trying to recover right at the edge of what is possible there for the young man, Dane Nortier. As we have 30 minutes left on the clock. Last half hour here. Crowd really getting behind Sean there on the toes to rings, managing 5 in a row. Personal best is 6 in a row, so threatening that, and that's 5 hours 30 minutes into a 6-hour AMRAP. Grant stepping up now, he's going to do another set of 10. So 67 reps they've done, they've got another 33. It looks like Dom's done with the carries, or maybe he's just coming in for a quick sambo. Grant smashing through, managing another rep of 10, so they've got 23 left to go. Sean super chuffed with himself now after that last set. Let's see if he can break that PR of 6 in a row. And he pushes back and up, using the hips, pushing back and up. He's got 2. There we go, a little bit of momentum. 3, 4, 5. Good work from Sean on the rings there, as Jay's heading towards the rings himself. Finished on the assault bike, looking a little bit broken, and he's only got 27 minutes left. So our team's outside, they're just finishing off. Josh, how much? How many left? So just confirmation there from Josh. Ty's finishing up on their fireman carry. And it looks like we might have had a change in the lead here. It's going to be tight, but it looks like Josh might have just taken over. As we see Jason and Grant on the toes to ring. And as with all endurance races, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Josh and Tyron sneaking their way into the lead here. They have overtaken the 152 boys, and they are now onto their 3,000 meter ski erg. While the 152 boys outside are still working through their fireman carries. Sean's going to have another go here on the toaster rings. Kicking back and pushing through. There's 2. There's 3. 4. He's really getting much better at this after only managing 2 reps at a time. The first time he's pushing out 5s comfortably. Just mentioning to us here in the commentary booth, he's never done this before, so that's huge for him. Great work from Sean. Now for the pull-ups. So the teams off the carries now, they're going to be heading up to the ski erg as well. Girls are in. They're onto their sandbag carries, which you can see there in the foreground. I lie, I'm looking at my Q camera. And here we've got the girls on their sandbag cleans, having made it back from their run. And we've got Jason working through his toaster rings here. He's just about done with them. Going 10 at a time. Oh, that body's starting to look quite sore. Not moving as fluently as he would like. And our two leading teams here on the ski ergs. Making those 35 kg sandbags look light, are these ladies. No problem. Up, easy as you like. And Grant and Sean moving on to the pull-ups in the background there. Walking past the commentary booth saying, are you ready for commentary hour as we head into our last 20 minutes. 20 minutes to go. We're going to cut across to Sean looking to do some J-hook pull-ups there. I see they roped in Dylan Hooker to do some pull-ups for them. Decided to go strict, obviously feeling very fresh, having not been involved in 5 hours and 40 minutes worth of work. And the ladies cruising through the sandbag cleans. Grant going with the kipping pull-ups, no issues. I'm managing 5 reps there, and he's going to keep going 6 reps. And here comes Dylan Hooker joining the team, obviously for charity, so encouraging as much participation as possible. And the boys just grinding out here on the ski erg. As we see Dylan Hooker in the background there. Smashing out some pull-ups, no problems. Helping Grant and Dave out. And Jay working through the last of his toes to ring. Struggling with some cramps in the arms there. But getting through a set of 10, he's just about done. With 15 minutes to go, 15 minutes to go. Sean's going to have a go at some more pull-ups. Nope, that's not going to happen. Grant having a bit of a dance there in the background. We are here for a good cause, after all. Athletes enjoying themselves, having been working out for 5 hours, 45 minutes. Quite incredible the efforts here. We're going to put up the QR code for the last time. If you are keen to support the athletes and the cause they're standing for this morning, you can scan this QR code. It'll take you to the CHOC website. Hit that red button, donate now, and scroll down to enter your payment details. Really has been a pleasure being involved in this wonderful cause here at WICO Fitness for the CHOC 6-hour AMRAP. As we head into our last 10 minutes here, now 8:52 on the clock. The Viking on screen is struggling a little bit. The shoulders starting to cramp, give out. Let's see if he can get through some of these pull-ups. Meanwhile, we've got our leading teams on the row. Eight minutes to go, 8 minutes left on this incredible 6-hour CHOC AMRAP. We're going to put up that QR code one last time. We want to celebrate these athletes and what they've achieved this morning. Scan the QR code now. That'll take you to the CHOC website. Hit that red donate now button. Scroll down and put in your payment details. Goal was to raise 20 grand this morning. We've exceeded that, but we don't want to let that stop us. Some phenomenal work here by everybody involved. Four teams, the ladies in a triplet, 3 pairs, and 3 individual athletes. Massive shout out to Jason, to Dane, to Chris for taking this on themselves. I suppose one of our pairs is they've roped in an athlete to help us, help out. That's Dylan Hooker joining Grant and Sean. Still smashing through some wall balls for them now. Just because he came through to support, got a bit more than he bargained for. But we love that. It's all in the spirit of raising money, raising awareness for CHOC and the great work they do for childhood cancer. As we see Chris finishing up on the assault bike, he's coming down to do some toes to rings. Jay only managing to get through 1 rep at a time now, those shoulders really giving out. So we see Chris in the background getting into his toes to rings. Looks like Chris is going to put in at least 10 here on this first set of reps. And Grant smashing through some wall balls. We're going to cut to the rowers quickly. We've got Dom there and Josh taking over from Tyron. Tyron absolutely broken there. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes. 5 minutes to go. We're going to look for a last big push from all of our athletes. Whatever they've got left, they're going to empty the tanks now. As we see Jay just jerking there as the bicep spasms a little bit of cramp in there. Hands also taking massive strain. Notice he's doing it without grips, putting extra strain on those hands. You see Chris in the background there, he's got grips on his hands, just protecting those hands. They do make a big difference. Those of you watching at home, thanks so much for your support. It's great to have you with us here as these incredible athletes put their bodies on the line for the good people at CHOC and the wonderful work that they do. Got the ladies outside working through their carries. All looks like they're on the sandbag carries now. Front rack sandbag carries. In fact, I lie, sorry, they are still on their farmers carries. I'll be wrapping those up shortly. We've got Sean on the screen here. He's having a good time. Certainly the Geers Award goes to this team. Sean Grant and the late inclusion Dylan Hooker just pushed out some wall balls there for them. Sean's going to take over. Jay's going to have a go at another couple of reps here on the bar. Just managing one at a time. And Chris smashing out on another set of 10, toes to ring there. Looking strong. We've got Dane stuck on the assault bike there. He's still working hard, hasn't stopped, kept going. And it looks like Josh is now onto the assault bike as well. He's going to finish up there. Dom chasing on the row, see if they can shut the gap there. And you see Jay going through another rep there on the pull-ups. Chris in the background getting through his toes to rings. Chasing down Jason. Last minute! 40 seconds to go. 40 seconds left here. Everyone giving it absolute all. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is it. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us here for the CHOC 6-hour AMRAP. Absolutely phenomenal effort here from all the participants who got involved. Quite incredible what they've done here. Massive 6 hours. And a huge thanks to everyone who supported us, contributing, donating to CHOC and the good work that they do in the fight against cancer and blood diseases. It's been an absolute honor, an absolute privilege to bring you this coverage here at WICO in Yxcape Park. We'll get some last footage of the guys wrapping up, and then we'll call it quits. So thank you and have a fabulous Father's Day, Youth Day, and enjoy your day off tomorrow.